Shiforari Tobo Namo Nora Kyachakere Oko Hodo Shami Sabo Oto Joshu Ben Oshuri Sabo Sato Nomo Bogya Moha Teisho Tojito En Obo Yokiryo Yachikyara Shihikiri Moko Fushi Sato Sabo Sabo Mora Mora Moki Mokiri Kohi Kuryo Kuryo Kengo Toryo Toryo Hojaya Shimoko Hojaya Shitora Tora Sharam Gesefuraya Sharo Sharo Momo Hamora Hojere Yogi Yogi Shema Shema Ora Samfura Shari Haza Haza Fura Shaya Kurya Kurya Mora Kurya Kiri Sharo Sharo Shiri Shiri Surya Surya Fujaya Fujaya Fudoya Fudoya Vichiriya Mora Kyunja Charya Samyana Moya Mono Somoko Shidoya Somoko Moko Shidoya Somoko Shidoyo Keshefaraya Somoko Nora Kinji Somoko Mora Nora Somoko Shira Sonomo Yaya Somoko Sobomoko Shidoya Somoko Shakira Shidoya Somoko Hodomo Yashidoya Somoko Nora Kinji Hagyaraya Somoko Mohori Shingyaraya Somoko Namo Karatan Notoraya Namo Oriya Oryo Kisha Shifaraya Somoko Shite Domodora Hodoya Somoko. We humbly request that free treasures led us to true wisdom. We dedicate the merit of reciting the Dharani of the great compassionate one to Shakyamuni Butsu and celebrate his supreme enlightenment. May we fulfill the obligations to the four benefactors, benefit all living things throughout their free ranks, and help all beings attain perfect wisdom. Oh, Buddhas throughout space and time, whole bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, the great Prajna Paramyata. Namo Karatanno Toraya Namo Horeya Boryo Keshefaraya Koje Sato Boya Moko Sato Boya Moko Kyaruni Kyaya Esahara Hare Shukano Shama Shekiri Torimo Oriya Boryo Keshefarari Toba Namo Nora Kyachakere Moko Hodo Shamya Sabo Oto Joshu Ben Oshoi Sabo Sato Nomo Bogya Moha Teisho Tojito En Obo Yokiryo Yachikyara Shihikiri Moko Fuji Sato Sabo Sabo Mora Mora Moki Moki Antoin Kuryo Kuryo Kemo Toryo Toryo Hojaya Shamoko Hojaya Chitora Tora Shirana Shafaraya Sharo Sharo Mama Amora Ojara Yoga Yoga Shina Shina Ora Safora Shari Haza Haza Fora Shaya Kurya Kurya Mora Kurya Kurya Kiri Shara 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 Surya Surya Fujaya Fujaya Fudaya Fudaya Vishaya Nara Kinja Shara Shanya Nara Mana Samaka Shidaya Samaka Maka Shidaya Samaka Shido Yoga Shifaraya Samaka Nora Kinji Samaka Nora Nora Samaka Shira Sun Omaya Samaka Sabamaka Shidaya Samaka Shakya Oshidaya Samaka Hodamaya Shidaya Samaka Nora Kinji Agyaraya Samaka Mohora Shingyaraya Samaka Namakara Tanno Toraya Namo Horeya Oya Kyasha Shiforaya Samaka Shipe Gomodora Odoya Samaka Nianki Shinza Fuji Shokan Jorai Funzo Daihi and Monbukai Jinsho Soshi Johin Bonni Kohonshi Honsu Shikya Jirai Daiosho Kaisan Deji Myoshin Taishi Sumon Zenzu Daiosho Kaka Jojo Zoyan Jio Sanshi Ishi Shipo Shisambu Samoko Sa Moko Hoja Horome Namu Karatan no Toraya ya Namu Horeya Boyo Kyashe Shikuraya Fuji Sato Boya Moko Sato Boya Moko Syaru Nikyaya Sahara Haeshu Tano Tanshanamo Shikiri Tohi Moriya Boyo Kyasha Shafarari Kovam Namo Nora Kyacha Kyara Moko Hodo Chame Sabo Hodo Joshu Beno Shuri Sabo Sato Nomo Bogya Moha Teisho Toja Tohen No Boyo Kirya Yacha Yara Chaya Kari Moko Boja Sato Sabo Sabo Mora Mora Moki Mokia Rito Inkuyo Kuryo Kemo Toryo Toryo Hojaya Shimoko Hojaya Shitora Tora Chiringa Shifuraya Sharo Sharo Momo Hamora Mokiri Yuki Yuki Shino Shino Ora Sanfura Shari Haza Haza Fura Shaya Kuryo Kuryo Mora Kuryo Kuryo Kiri Sharo Sharo Shara Shara Surya Surya Fojaya Fojaya Fodaya Fodaya Nacharaya Nara Kanja Shara Sunyana Oya Mana Samaka Shidaya Samaka Moko Shadaya Samaka Shido Yukya Shifaraya Samaka Nora Kinji Samaka Nora Nora Samaka Shira Sun Omogyaya Samaka Sabamaka Shadaya Samaka Shakara Shadaya Samaka Hodomagya Shadaya Samaka Nora Kinji Agyaraya Samaka Sammako, Ohore Shinkaraya Sammako, Namakaratan Motoraya, Namo Horeya Boryokya Shifaraya Sammako, Shite Doya Dora Hodoya Sammako. We humbly request the illumination and protection of all beings wise and holy. We have gathered together reverently before the spiritual beings of earth and sky and recited the Dharani of the great compassionate one. We humbly offer the merit as gain in praise of all beings great and small, who bring peace and protection to this place of practice. May we have harmony in the Sangha, peace both inside and outside, and freedom from all hindrances in the way. And may all beings through the Dharma realm equally attain complete and perfect wisdom. Oh, Buddhas, brought space and time. Oh, Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, the great Prajna Paramyata. The Dharma, incomparable, profound, and exquisite, and very, but with abundant hundreds of thousands of millions of kalpas, we are now permitted to hold it together. Paradise accepted, may we awaken to the natural mind of Tathagata. We are continuing the translation of the Teisho of Shodo Harada Roshi on the Vimalakirti Sutra, chapter 12, Vision of Aksobya Buddha. The Vimalakirti Sutra is almost done, and we now come to the concluding chapters, teaching the vision of the Buddha realm, Abhirati, and the Buddha Aksobya. Here, the Buddha asks Vimalakirti how he sees the Tathagata. At this point, Sutra says, Word Honored One asks Vimalakirti, when you wish to see the Tathagata, in what ways do you view the Tathagata? Vimalakirti said, as if contemplating the real characteristics of my own body, so do I view the Buddha. When I view the Tathagata, he does not come in the past, does not go in the future, and does not abide in the present. We start here, but Roshi wants to review what we learned together up to this point in the Vimalakirti Sutra. This has been preceded by those pages before. This where all the Bodhisattvas have returned from the faraway country of Amarien, where they were asked by the Buddha when they came back from the country, what did they see? As the Buddha had said to them before, that is not in compounded things or in non-compounded things that the Buddha can be seen. And these very things that were heard in a teaching like this, through what they had seen in that far away country, in the same way that if it is the form of a Buddha which is prayed to, which is honored, then that is a great mistake. In our death, we touch our material body's finishing. If we are wise, we know already that this body is only something that we are in this particular life. But the true master is the wisdom of knowing that this is clearly a body for only this life, but not the true master, and not that which is eternal. Knowing that clearly is important. We have the Theravada tradition who have preserved what was said from the time when one could actually hear the Buddha teaching. Hear the Buddha himself, hear his words in person and put them into daily use as your guide and teaching. The Buddha who had thrown away all of his inherited material goods, think clearly this is not where true happiness lives. We went to travel in order to realize the truth beyond the material and the suffering which goes with it. Hundreds of years after his death, when his teachings were being limited only to ordained people, people of household living were encouraged from that time on to open up to Buddha's teaching as well. Then the Mahayana became. That this teaching is not only for a few limited people who are ordained and live in a monastery or a temple, that we have to not depend on the form of ordination or a monastic situation to awaken. We have to awaken for ourselves to this, to give our efforts to that while still be living in society with a house and a family. This then brings up the question, what is the Buddha? To realize our true nature, to give that same Buddha and be it, and how we may live even 100 years or so, to use those years for guiding others in the same process that was the most important part of what we are learning about in the previous pages. This is what we are alive for, and we have to hold precious our karmic affiliation to our parents and to our family, but our wisdom is greater than that. Our wisdom is there to inform our wisdom is there to inform our physical body and our ego. But what is the Buddha, the true master? To help the people learn what this is, the question has to be brought forth. What is the Buddha? The Buddha is not something obvious and just sculpted in the wood, sculpted in metal. Piercing through all of that which is visible and material, right to its source, and not mentalizing it, not conceptualizing it. This is what was said in the last chapter that we read. What if we get caught on a form of a Buddha? It will not be receiving this actual being. To find true joy, not in mental ideas, but in experiencing this. When Manjushri comes to visit Vimalakirti hails him and says, Manjushri, you have come without coming, and you go without going. In the same way, there is no, absolutely anywhere, no coming and going. But we all have an idea that we come and go and do all kinds of things. When we are totally empty-minded in how we are, it is as Master Ryokan has written, the flower blooms and the butterfly comes. The butterfly comes to flower as it blooms. There's no intention. The butterfly is empty-minded. The flower is empty-minded. There is Ryokan's state of mind expressed in these words. This butterfly and this flower have no way of communicating and talking about this ahead of time. This world is natural like this. It is empty-minded in every single way. We fill it up with all kinds of plans and ideas and mental understanding of how we think it is. Our future idea about this, considering how it was in the past. But the Buddha's work is not like that. It is a pure mind with no special awareness. Yet it all comes forth naturally and works. Human relationships that are also empty do not have concerns and conflicts. It is because they are free from heaviness. It is our heaviness that brings us down and makes us have conflicts and bump into each other. To remedy that, we do Zazen. And this is why Vimalakirti says, when I see the Buddha, I forget everything else and there is nothing there to be seen. In the Diamond Sutra, it is taught, if you see me as a color or you see me as a voice, you don't see me. And Buddhism, there is no guiding external being to be thankful to, which is called a Buddha. We all have physical bodies and are born. We eventually return these bodies. We live this realm expressing the world of birth and death. A physical body existing, we use it. And with it, must realize that all embracing deep mind, or we are merely a phenomenon. This world is a huge state of mind, and we have to see the essence, how to live there, how to live here. Not merely slipping away from our form, but with this environment having been used as our stage. A tall growing tree needs many, many leaves, wherein we receive this sun and are shiny green in the summer. We are various colored in the autumn and then fall to the ground in the winter, returning to the ground. We are each like a great tree which functions, then drops its leaves and completes one life, so that other living ones may be able to come forth. Living in this way, each and everyone has a limited life, and so we have to feed our painful bark before we retire this tree to the earth. But we are not plants. We are each free, working to help this world. Unsure at times whether we are helping or wrecking it. If we make this environment our true substance, this whole universe environment is also then represented. We can't similarly just do whatever we feel like whenever we feel like it, but have to consider how it affects the whole picture, the planet, the universe, and as they last, then so do we. Our Dharma body then continues in this way. We give life to future generations. Our Buddha nature, life, energy. We have to see this continuum, or we just think that it's not a problem if we just do whatever we feel like in any given moment. We have to see from this mind of wisdom and see this particular angle of the Buddha Dharma. Shukoku bodhisattvas were all asking for a true teaching, and it was given by the Buddha. Until then, they had all thought that this is how life was in all realms. They didn't need any teaching anywhere, because as they were, everyone was learning from the exquisite fragrance. The truth only has to be taught when a person doesn't already know the truth. And for all of them, that truth was being brought to be known by this fragrance. And so all of them felt they needed to know in order to be able to teach about this teaching. And hearing that things were understood by giving a teaching, they knew that it was necessary to teach others. Until then, their own learning had been all that was of interest and importance to them. But now they knew that the teaching others was important and not being satisfied only by themselves. In order to lead the world for this, they all listen. And to not just throw out all of the things that they hadn't needed before. Rather, with the new wisdom, they wanted to go everywhere and teach. Shukoku, that country where they came from, didn't have this particular variety of teaching, so they had to learn how to deliver this teaching to all people. Sutra says. At this point, the world honored one asked Vimalakirti, when you wish to see the Tathagata, in what ways do you view the Tathagata? Vimalakirti said, as if contemplating the real characteristics of my own body. So do I view the Buddha. When I view the Tathagata, he does not come in the past, does not go in the future, and does not abide in the present. The Buddha is asking what were those bodhisattvas hoping to see in him. Vimalakirti answers that the Buddha lived 80 years and had a body. He is not talking only about him. While this body lasts for 80 years, this teaching we are hearing and training that we are doing, this practicing of the truth that he taught is right now. The true eye of each of us is opening. This deeply seeing eye is the Buddha. And the truth is beyond era and location. It was passed on to Kasha Sonja, Anand Sonja, Shona Washu Sonja, Ubakikuta Sonja, further on down to Daruma Daishi, going from there, the 5 houses and the 6 sects, and then to Japan, and now to America and Europe. This truth spreads. This is what must be for it to Buddha. Not about a Buddha state, not about Buddha statue, which we prostrate to, but one realized by each and every one of us, beyond any form of male or female, healthy or sick, old or young, people realizing their lives well in society. It's beyond all of that. These are all manifestations, phenomena, but the Buddha is beyond all such form. As Master Rinzai has said, in this 5-foot lump of red flesh, there is a true person of no rank, which is always coming and going out. If you haven't seen it yet, see it now. The body, which decays, even if it is healthy right now, each of us, while having a body of a man or female or whatever shape, we go beyond this shape, beyond this intellect to where no rank can possibly be assigned. That which extends throughout the entire universe. A nose who smells all fragrances, eyes that see all sights. That which gives this functioning is beyond that body itself. For each person to experience this beyond any dualism and without the well and without the wall between self and other. Becoming that mountain, becoming that river, becoming the flowers, becoming the bird songs, the sounds of the rain dropping, the moon, the sun. But only a mental understanding about becoming this will not do it. Only a direct perception of this world. A direct perception of this world. We will all lose our functioning eventually, even if we are healthy right now. our emotions get twisted. We get the insecurities that comes often with elder age. Our body becomes undependable. But this beyond any of that. Any of that as Master Tosotsu has said in his three barriers. Those of you who are coming to train, parting the weeds, going through the grasses, hitting the darkness, not knowing what to do next, is all being done for one reason and one reason alone, and that is to realize your true nature. Tell me, monk, what is that true nature? He puts this question to them. In the world, many people come to visit. A businessman comes to visit. A city worker from City Hall comes to visit. From the community, they come. When they come, they talk and they ask, but it is because there is nothing to see. Vimalakirti says he sees him as he sees himself. Not by emotions or ideas, but he sees him, and that way to say that there is only empty-mindedness there. To see the Tathagata is to not see the Tathagata, to be seeing without any ego, expectation, or view. To see self and other requires ego, but we can't bring that into this. The whole universe is our life energy. To see that quality, to see the voidness of forgetting oneself completely, and then every person, we can clearly see that person's potential and capability. This is how he answers the question. We don't have to be trained in that wisdom to see from it. The entire universe can see, and this is how we see this. Not only way of seeing a form of a person, but he then asks, I see him as not born from the past, not passing on to the future, and not abiding in the present time. What do I see, you ask? One without any part of them in the past being thought about, in the future being considered, or even in this very present moment. It is only in this now that we can even ask, and this is only in this now, which is then a different now, that here can be an answer. Sutra says, I neither view him as form, nor view him as the suchness of form, nor view him as the true nature, nor view him as the nature of form. I neither view him as feeling, conception, process, or consciousness, nor view him as the suchness of consciousness, nor view him as the nature of consciousness. This is coming from the Heart Sutra. It is said about seeing the world from the point of view of ego, tasting the world and feeling that it is the world with our body that is perceiving from these 5 windows from which we see things. For example, a flower which is red and a tree which is green, and from there we are always bringing in our various inclinations to movement in accordance with that we perceive. Our past experiences and how they then inform that moment are added. And to this, our eyes, our ears, all of our different sense perceptions come in as well. The essence, which is the reality of matter, but he is not matter. This is our version of reality. The Heart Sutra says it is all empty, but because we grab at all those different things that we are motivated to do and see, not just do them and perceive them, but have them. That's why we get attached. We think that all of those things are actual. We see and we sense and we use our intellect, but it is not anything but emptiness. There is nothing there that we need to be caught on, but we are always getting attached as if there is. We have capabilities, but to have these capabilities, but to not be attached to the fact that we have them. Matter is only phenomenon, but the body is only matter, and we cannot be attached to that 60 billion cells always evolving or fluxing void. To forget that body, but it was empty from the first place, from the origin anyway. It has always been empty. It's as if we are not attached. It's as if we are attached to which has never existed. It is the same since it has always been. To not be caught on that either. And then naturally are healthy. People who are sick are always attached to the part of their body that is sick. If a cold, we are attached to that. We have a hurting leg, we get attached to that. And they give all that attention to where they are sick, making themselves more and more egoistically dualistic. To forget all of that. It's not about giving your attention to your physical parts, nor is it about giving your attention to the Buddha's physical parts. It is in this way that he answers this question. Following the mouth Vimalakirti, he says this and he talks about how, like the element of space, he does not abide in any of the four elements, transcending the scope of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. He's not produced in the sixth sense media. He's not involved in the three words. He's free of the three defilements. He is associated with the triple liberation and is endowed with the three knowledges and has truly attained the unattainable. Following this mouth, Vimalakirti, he is saying all of this, but we don't understand what is going on with that. In the same way that Master Ikkyu asked when a child novice, why does it say in the Heart Sutra that there is no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind? When of course there is. Of course he asked that. We are all confused by this tool. We try to figure out how is the body, how is the Buddha relevant to this tool. And so Buddha asked, why are they wanting to look at him? What are these people, the bodhisattvas from another world, wanting to hear from him? What is it that they are trying to find by looking at hearing and hearing? And he borrows Vimalakirti to say this for him. Then this way Vimalakirti answers about what we perceived with our six senses, that they are actually empty. We are both empty inside, and that which is perceived from the outside is also empty. The Buddha is not involved in any of those words, inside or outside, because they are empty. But we don't leave our experience at that. We are so motivated to know all about everything, everywhere. We think that it is so important, but it does not make us any better. The more we know, it makes us more dualistic. It does not develop us further. Instead, we become less and less open-minded. He sees and hears, and the Tathagata has
reached the extreme of detachment in regard to all things. He sees and hears from necessity, but without any attachment to any of those things which he perceives with his senses, because all of that attachment only can come from ego, and that is not so of the Buddha. And this is the same thing as Master Rinzai has said. To be able to add no second thought or third thoughts onto anything that we perceive, when we can just see things as they are, just hear things as they are, without adding on anything to that whatsoever from our mental noise, our point of view, this is of more value to us than 10 years of pilgrimage. To see it as it is, to hear it as it is, and live it just like that. But we add on extra things all the time, and that is what is constantly confusing us and detaching us. Just see it as it is and leave it as it is, and not make our mind noisy and convoluted about those things which we perceive. To empty-mindedly perceive and then add on nothing at all. We just make it more noisy. That is not the way of the Buddha. To just follow what is necessary and not follow just because we are conditioned to do so. And this is why we do Zazen. To not be caught and attached, rather to live in that empty-mindedness, and for this we have Zazen. Sutra says, having transcended the three defilements, he is in accord with the three emancipations, complete in the three illuminations. He is equivalent to ignorance. He is neither the single characteristic nor different characteristics. He is neither a self-characteristic nor an other characteristic. He is neither without characteristic nor does he grasp characteristics. As we have said yesterday, talking about the three liberations, that of becoming void, that of not becoming caught on any form, and that on not being caught on any idea of doing or not doing. To let go all of these, to be free of all of the defilements of anger, greed, and ignorance, to know three knowledges, which when we sit, we know because we are quiet, and we can often see past lives or how it is after death because we can see all of this. But to see clearly just what is happening or what has happened without being caught or attached to any of that. To see what is exactly happening in this moment and not be caught either on that, rather to use that emptiness, our clarity of mind, to realize the four wisdoms, the all-embracing perfect mirror wisdom, which sees exactly as it is, the universal nature wisdom, which sees everything exactly as it is and sees it in its all equal quality. To know the marvelous observing wisdom, to see everything and be able to know that it is and how it works, and then to be able to know the perfecting of action wisdom, which allows us to be able to respond to each and everything the most appropriate way for it to be responded to. To be able to see things and yet to not be moved around at all in the having of any of these wisdoms. To be able to use our capabilities in our best possible way because we are empty. And this is the character of the Buddha. All of these. But seeing them all as equal, and to not think that there are such things as attainments or not attainments, nor such a thing as an other shore nor through of any of that idea about attaining nor realizing. Rather just thinking in accordance with what the world needs most, and yet with no idea of having done that or no. We cannot live without thinking, but neither can we die in being drowned by that thinking. Rather, to put that thinking aside and live our capabilities to their fullest. We have a cold or a physical challenge to our body, but do not get caught on that. Just like we don't get caught on and stuck by thinking about our breathing when we are sitting. If we think about physical condition and our breathing, then it becomes more and more difficult to let go of that. If we leave our body and breath alone, then that is the best way for us to bring it to its natural balance, and then our Zazen can be huge and free and immeasurable. But we have to not give in extra thinking and let it be as it is. Sutra says, he is neither charitable nor stingy, neither observant nor transgressive, neither forbearing nor angry, neither energetic nor lazy, neither composed nor perturbed, and neither wise nor foolish. He is neither sincere nor dissembling, neither coming nor going, neither exiting nor entering. All the paths of words are eliminated. The bodhisattvas that accompanied Vimalakirti wanted to know what makes a Buddha. Gautama Siddhartha awakened to the truth under the Bodhi tree. For 21 days he deepened his awakening, and then he considered how to share the truth of what he had realized. So he went to Sarnath, where his friends with whom he had trained in Asterius were staying. He taught, guided, and awakened all of them. And at the time, there was only the Dharma and this small Sangha, nothing called Buddha yet. Buddha means this historic person, and it is also means something different that goes beyond history. The Dharma is the Buddha, not just a person at some point in history, but the Dharma is the Buddha. When Ananda asked when the Buddha was about to die, now what were they to do? The Buddha said, do not seek refuge externally, seek refuge within. Do not seek refuge in external things, take refuge only in the Dharma. When the Dharma is clear to us, everything is clear and right. To see the Dharma allows us to resolve everything and to see how to be. If we are not yet awakened, we realize Buddha nature by following the Dharma. The Buddha is what is that meets this Dharma. Vimalakirti continues talking about this saying, the Dharma as a person is Buddha. And paradise is that land of Dharma that is promised. But it is not a person. As Master has said, this very place is the land of lotuses. We realize the Buddha and know Nirvana. If we are angry, everything in the whole world looks angry to us. If we are greedy, everything in the world has that appearance. And if we are ignorant, in the same way, the world is affected by how we are seeing it. This is the serenity of Nirvana, but the whole world is in emptiness. When we have clutter within, we are unable to see this way. Also, Buddha taught how the world is all, every single bit of it, emptiness. To know what this emptiness is only possible when we totally let go of all mental ideas about differences between things. To be able to see things just exactly as they are, but only an improved world is possible by seeing it through Dharma. So void and empty. We do not make two different separate words. To be having a word of training and a word of not training is not actual. To bring those together, for that we do Zazen. Zazen is about this all coming together and being zero. Master Joshua was asked by a monk, what is the path? And this is the word in Taoism. The way of heaven's order is our natural nature. And to obey in the way of heavens, this nature, that way is the path. This not mean to do things in a different way. It means to follow the rules of nature in 4 seasons, the way things are. To, in hot weather, to live accordingly. We don't need a complicated explanation to see this. Nansen also asked Master Joshua what is the path. Sanso Kanchi Zenji, the third patriarch, gave the words. The great path knows no difficulty. Only avoid picking and choosing. This word is undivided in its perimeter. We know no differences. There's nothing that we have to see and compare them. A cat and a dog are alive in every way, but they cannot train. And this is what Sanso Kanchi Zenji was saying. Nansen answered, the everyday path, that is the way. How do we know then? He asked. The monk continued. How do we know then the everyday path? To see that walking at a red light is wrong. And Joshua continues. How can we know this everyday path? And Master Nansen says, if we think of it as something special, then we can't know it. If we think there is a special thing we have to know what is this everyday path, then we can't know it. And that makes it very difficult to know what to do. We have to see this word in accordance with how everything works. We have to work ourselves on this. From the age of 5, we have been gathering dualistic information and ideas. It makes it difficult for us to see things in a natural way. For this reason, we have to make efforts to see and gather our awareness in how the world actually is. We have to be able to see this, and then at the exact moment when it will be appropriate to someone to teach it just as it is. It cannot be with too many explanations. The Dharma is not about limiting and binding people. It's not about forcing them to follow some Dharma rules, but about becoming that huge mind of truth, which the Dharma is. The Dharma does not disappear at night time. Our pillow gets moved around from where it usually is, and our heads find it all by themselves and put it in the right place. Yet the daytime our hands can get idle. There is no Dharma only at daytime or nighttime. We have. There is no name in the Dharma. We have the name, but there is no name in the Dharma. In the Dharma, there is no such thing as a man or woman. Something which is tall, something which is short. The same is with the Dharma, there is not differentiations. We can train our body, but if we don't know the Dharma, we don't know the Dharma. A baby throws up poison food and spits out stone that he puts in his mouth. The path is in this way, the natural way. We don't offer things to others thinking about how we have given this here and given that there are. We don't think how much we've given, nor do we regret after we've given things if we are coming from the Dharma. If it is necessary, then we give it. There is a koan that says that well-behaved monk does not enter nirvana. The badly behaved monk does not go to hell. The person who does much terrible things to others does not need to go to hell. He will suffer himself. There is no need to be going into a hell for a person who behaves that way, because the way they are living will be hell itself. Not getting angry, not enduring, not trying to make efforts, not making efforts, because all of it is in the Dharma. As the Master Bankei has said, all of it is unborn mind. Our dualistic mind explodes. We have to review our behavior and see ourselves honestly. And this ego is what is judging us in all of this. This is not the Buddha. We are seeing ourselves and becoming ourselves in this way. Sutra says, he is entirely without failing, without impurity, without vexation, without intentionality, without activation, without generation, and without extinction, without fear, without sorrow, without joy, without dislike, and without attachment, without past, without future, and without present. It cannot be discriminated or manifested using any verbal explanation at all. As Master Dogen says, to work hard in every single day is of the greatest value. To not make efforts in every single day, you will be regretting that for hundreds of years. There's no equilibrium in that. But when there is no equilibrium in our mind, it is because we are doing that. But when we are in Dharma, even when we are angry, and even if we are not angry, and even if we make efforts, and even if we do not make efforts, we can see clearly how all of that is. It's not the Dharma that gets confused, but when we sit, we come to know that Dharma that is not confused. Even if there is confusion, it is not coming from Dharma. Our standards are from the way we think dualistically. The Dharma forms our way of seeing, and that does not come from dualism then. The Dharma is therefore very close to us. The Dharma has no form, so a person who is without integrity and lies in not dying that, and lies in not doing that with anything to do from the Dharma. As when Manjushri comes in and Vimalakirti says to him, Manjushri, when you come in, there is no coming, and when you leave, there is no going. There's no dualism in the coming and going, dualism such as coming and going in the Dharma. It's not about that, just as Master Rinzai has said. In the 5-foot lump of red flesh, there is a true person of no rank, always coming in and going out. Everyone has this going in and going out, all of our orifices. But it comes from the external person view. And if it is from the Dharma, then there is no sense of being any coming and going. When this, which is in this 5-foot lamp of red flesh, always coming in and out, when it comes out, it becomes from our eyes, from our ears. The birds song, bells ringing, the raindrops dropping, always working to every corner of the whole universe. Yet it is not the Dharma that is making our feet move. The Dharma is not going in and not coming in. To not be mistaken about this, but to see this hugeness of the Dharma and how we are not being controlled by that. If we are in delusion and confusion, if we are in the Dharma, then everything comes right to us. But this is up to each of us. We have used many words, but they don't cover the Dharma's description. And also Vimalakirti said nothing finally at the end when Manjushri came to visit him, when was asked in the chapter on the mysterious way of not to. We have that way also of Master Joshu, and monk asked Master Joshu, does a dog have Buddha nature? Master Joshu answered Mu. That Mu is nothing about conceptual. To become that Mu, to become it in every single thing you do, we bring that Mu into a pressurized focus, into a single point. This is a way of teaching in Zen, which is not about looking around for some Buddha somewhere, but putting that dualistic mind to bed. And then to give everything we have to becoming like a balloon, which is getting fuller and fuller and fuller from our deep thoughtfulness and just ready to burst with one pin prick. If we don't let our energy leak out or give away everything to overlie being concerned for our body or other things that are external, we have to give that energy and that attention to every single bit of our focus, and then we become a state of mind that can extend to every corner of the Zendo, every corner of the universe. This is the truth of the teaching of Zen. This is not about a dualistic small perception about surging forth. It is actually surging forth from within. As Mumon Ekai has taught, with every single one of 360 small bones, 84,000 hair pores, we burn in every part of us in our body, and being this move, we let go of all ideas of anything that is nihilistic or about having or gaining something. And in all of the 24 hours of a day, we continue as if we have a red hot burning iron ball in our mouth that we cannot spit out and we cannot swallow down. We continue, we let go all of our attachments, all of our conditioning, all of our ideas about things. We let go so completely, we become like a person who is mute but has had a dream, but they can't tell it because they can't speak. Again and again, we continue letting go of everything, and when we first begin, it is like a dark blackness inside. But becoming a totally, fully taught, transparent state of mind, we realize that place where there is no longer any division between inside and outside, piercing through the whole universe, drinking down the whole universe. Yet that still has to be broken through completely until that balloon pops. Master Kyogen discovered this only when he was hearing the sound of the bamboo hitting the thigh. For the Buddha, it was the sign of morning star, and for Ryun, it was the seeing of the peach blossom blooming. A new birth of consciousness took place as we see the mountain and rivers and flowers, all of it as new as if we have never seen it before. Zen is not an explanation, it is an experience. It is that deep awareness, encountering everything with no before and no after. And in this truth, which is why we come to Zazen in the first place, these efforts made so totally, we must not be afraid and not give our attention away to anything else. How much can we keep going at it? How can we perceive it as deeply as it is when we can encounter a great rebirth, and in this way we can meet in that the true Buddha? We sit session to experience that true nature beyond any idea, beyond any form. Today is the 6th day of this session. So has everyone realized the truth, which is moved around by nothing at all? If you have realized this, then when we all have to say goodbye to this physical body, you will not be deceived by anything. And if we realize the true nature, then we know beyond a shadow of a doubt where we will be going. But if we are still moved around by the physical body, we are still going to stay insecure. To realize this true nature, this is Zen and this is Buddhism. Vimalakirti is now answering the Buddha when he asks, what is they were wanting to see? Vimalakirti, that the Buddha taught that each and everyone with their particular responsibility and work in society. Each one also has to hold important being an abundant person who is like a flourishing rice field that brings benefits for everyone. At the early years of the Buddha, he was questioned and challenged when he was doing takuhatsu, alms gathering, by some other people who were practicing but also doing their own agriculture work. They approached him and said, "We rise our own food and we deepen our mind, but you are doing no work at all, asking others for food for alms. Isn't that depending on those in isn't that depending on those in society?" You can call that an example of a way of people living in truth. And to this the Buddha answered, "I work hard on fields as well." And they challenged him, "You don't ever use an ox. You are never seen leading a horse." The Buddha answered, "I'm working on the fields of Buddha nature, so each and every person can harvest and work on these as well." This way he answered them. But they thought it was a very uncomfortable answer, insufficient. For those asking, they could not see this as a true farming. But today, people do not live in the same old fashioned long hours of farming, but instead of abundant material things to use, no needing to work longer than 6 hours a day at work, perhaps. But is this really solution? Is anyone less anxious and less insecure for this difference? We have more time, but do we spend any of it on deepening our state of mind, seeing more clearly? People all over the place who try to tempt people with all their free time to various things. But are we any better of it? Aren't we worse off than we were in those days of common agriculture? The world is like a wild field that has gone to seed. It has been left untouched, so only desire, anger, and complaining come forth. As the Buddha said, each person has to cultivate their own mind's depth. No matter how much we seek physical pleasure, we can never exhaust that appetite, only wanting more and more and more, rather not to be stuck on a small narrow self, not to be stuck on its need, but to see the whole huge world and then take in all of the past, present, and future in this huge vision of mind. To be plowing the wide field and cultivating it, not only that which feeds our small personal needs, but with all in society to cultivate and enjoy the products together. Planting seeds, plowing the fields, mutually ripening the harvest. If we can see this, we can see the material things are not the only thing. And if we make these kinds of efforts, we even don't know that we are making efforts. That's what it means to plow these fields and yet not plow them. Making fields and not even knowing it. In this way, Vimalakirti answers. The sutra says he cannot be discriminated or manifested using any verbal explanations at all. When Daruma Daishi was asked by the Emperor Wu what is the ultimate truth, he answered, "Only emptiness, no holiness." Master Emperor Wu had bragged all about how many things he had done for Buddhism in China, that he had ordained so many monks, translated so many sutras, built so many temples, and he asked Daruma Daishi what would be all the merit he could accrue from having done all of this. To which Daruma Daishi answered, "No merit. Sentient beings are numberless. I vow to liberate them. Desires are inexhaustible. I vow to put an end to them. The dharmas are boundless. I vow to master them. The Buddha's way is unsurpassable. I vow to become it. Zazen introduction next.
stick and turn off the light.
Okay, this is the introduction to Zen or Zazen. So we have 2 hours left today, tomorrow. And I was thinking about going to the key question we had during this retreat, and those were asked by our Ukrainian participants, who said that the main issue here now in Ukraine is being uncertain about the future, and a lot of anxiety rising from it. And as I understand, the question is what Zen can offer here to help. Oh, that's a big question, and I think the best I can offer here is some stories, Zen stories that came to my mind, and just repeating the stories, and some Zen concepts I know. Those are, for me, they have been some good tools, like sutras, for example, that in some moments in my life when there was I had to make some decisions, I had some misunderstanding, these stories came to me and gave me some support, some way to go through the situation. In Zen, generally we don't have one rule. We don't have like do 5 points and you will be good. It's we don't have any tricks. And the something probably that's the most important is the message that you already have all the tools you need. You already have all the wisdom. And that's something that Hogan Roshi repeated us very often. You know everything you need to know. Just trust it. And that reminds me a situation that that we had during our psychoanalytical training. So part of the psychoanalytical training is observation of mothers and infants together just after they gave the birth, just to see how the relationship develops. And it's because so early stages in the life can show us a lot about very kind of primitive mental mechanisms. So there was an example. There was one person was visiting every week, a mother and a baby, and there was a problem because the mother, she wasn't so sure that she can handle as a mother. So it was her first baby, and she thought that, I don't have knowledge. I don't know how to do it. So what she was doing, she was trying to read and get some mental tools to deal with this. The consequence of it was that baby was crying all the time, and there was a lot of tension in this relationship. So there was some, we analyzed this situation. There was a lot about, when you analyze, there was a lot about difficulty with being with not knowing. This was key in the Korean Zen don't know mind. Uh, and it was very uncomfortable for her. And it was very visible that she had this concept that she doesn't know what to do. The truth is that taking care of a baby by the mother is something very natural. It's something we know, mothers know how to do it, and it's very natural. For a million years, mothers of this woman, grandmother, great grandmother, and so on, were able to successfully take care of their babies. So she has all this wisdom in her. She had all this wisdom in her, just in her genes, in her environment, everywhere. And this wisdom was there. The problem was that she wasn't able to trust it. And she had this concept, I don't know what to do. I don't have this wisdom. And having this concept was something that obscured her. Actually seeing that she has this wisdom. And she tried to deal with this in the way that, I need to get more concepts in my head. So she filled herself with some, we have to do the babies this way, that way. So she filled herself with more concepts, and more concepts she had, less she was able to see the baby and be a good mother for this baby. So, and on the contrary, more or less in the same time, one of my friends had a baby, and she was, uneducated person, very simple. She had a great relationship with this baby. It's like she just never thought about reading anything, but it was so natural and just, and it wasn't like, you have everything for this baby. There was the kind of some type of partnership and this, understanding, So we sometimes can overcomplicate things, and this lack of confidence can be a thing. So that's why yesterday during the Q&A session, I said, you already know it. You already know it, and I think that you already know what to do and how to give people support in this situation, because it's not the first war in the history. Our ancestors, they fought wars, and we are descendants of those whose wars survived. So all this wisdom is in us. All this wisdom is in us. Another interesting thing is that we are not the first people who practiced during the war. We are not the first people who practiced Zen during the war. In ancient China and Japan, there were really cruel wars. I'm not a historian, I don't know much, but very often, when we study some texts and we talk about some important people in Zen, so it's not okay. This person lived during very difficult times, and in China, I would say there was no rules about wars. They were very cruel, and people were just poking, big knives into each other, and it's unimaginable. So, and they were able to practice in these times. They were able to keep going, and we, as Zen practitioners, Buddhists, different traditions, we inherited this wisdom because they had to build tools to cope with the situations, and these tools were passed to their descendants. So we have it, and I think the curriculum of these wisdoms is in koans, for example. Yeah, but also there is a lot of wisdom, I think, in different Zen stories, different sutras, and just things, how different teachers reacted to different situations. So
Maybe you have any questions about introduction to Zazen, because let's keep on the subject, I suppose, as the introduction of the Zazen. The commentaries we could just leave to the question and answer. So if there is any questions to anything in accordance to form of Zazen and practice, maybe we can just keep it in that space because it was supposed to be on that.
I have a question. I just wanted to clear out. You were talking about Zazen as if it was only about sitting. And I think the word means like the sitting meditation. And then you added the sutras that we want to talk about that also, but somehow don't find the right place to, because the subject is really big. And I wanted to is sutras part of Zazen, or is it count of a separate method? Like, because there are some sects that practice only sutras and they mostly don't sit, or some like Quantum, they also have this bowing part that is very crucial for them, and they kind of balance with sutras and the, from my experience, like 50% sutras, 50% sitting. So they try to, maybe not 50-50, but they try to like balance that. Is I hope I make myself clear.
Yeah. Chanting technically is a different thing that Zazen. Zazen is just sitting in meditation, but there are many qualities of Zazen in chanting. So it's like it's overlapping, and chanting has also a lot of, it's a tool also to help us with Zazen. And there's, for example, in chanting, especially in Rinzai, it's very energetic and just to give us energy to wake up. Also, chanting sutras, there is some content of the sutras, and as I said a couple of minutes ago, this content helps us to work through different difficulties, so they can be a guide. So just sometimes, during Zazen, we can doing some loops, or we very often have this feeling that we got stuck with something, and that's completely normal, and that's how it is. And this feeling of stuckness is it's something worth seeing and working with. So sometimes, later when we chant sutras, the right phrase comes, and it comes some kind of understanding, and I shouldn't do that. And it's just more simple, and we can just let it go.
The sutras, I got like a prepared short book of guidance, and it was given to Zendo leaders. It was prepared by Shoa Roshi with some other people helping. And there is about sutras. I wanted just to check how is it defined. And there is written, chant the sutras with your ears, not with your mouth. This way you can unite with the rhythm of the Mokugyo to give your life energy as an offering to all people in society. When we read the sutras wholeheartedly, with a loud, thundering voice, our true nature will be bright and no unnecessary thoughts will arise. As we cut off dualistic thinking and concentrate our pure, quiet mind in the Sutra Samadhi, we recite in thankfulness, and give our practice as an offering to all the teachers who came before us. So, if you see this definition of sutras, while speaking about Zazen, we may stick only to the defined Zazen, like Za is from Japanese sit, and Zen is jhana, dhyana, meditation. So we can refer only to that. But in fact, we are practicing Zazen while usually referring to being in monastery. And in monastery, everything, like yesterday and days before, Kakushin was trying to explain, he was showing you that it's working like in a perfect balanced clock. Sometimes there are some dirty things, but they quickly are removed. But it's like mechanism where everyone supports everyone and everything supports everyone. It's all working machine. At some point, we told here that we are at the session. Session is group practice, and it's really important because we are polishing our states of mind because of being together. Being just totally alone, I might have some feelings of going with myself to be polished or to work on my character or some stuff, but really being on island without any other beings, I think I wouldn't care about much things. I would just be.
Don't be.
I would just know how to be, so I wouldn't have to practice Zazen.
No matter to be a good person when you're one person.
Yeah. So as to sutras, last month I spotted quite interesting YouTube video from one climber. His name is Adam Ondra, and he explained why in the hardest moments he's screaming. While climbing, he's screaming. He's giving everything from the tandem. And even it was funny because he was taking lessons from professor musicians, going regularly to his lessons to learn how to scream. Mm-hmm. When I was observing that, maybe he should go to Sogenji and stay there for half a year, just recite the sutras with Roshi Shodo Harada, who really takes care about small details, how you exhale on the end of syllable, like to the end. Yeah? And this professor was teaching this guy the same thing. It came out that he is using this scream in the crucial moments of the climb, where the hardest things to make the path, the crucial moves. He is just keeping this scream inside himself as a 150-200% that he can give from himself in that moment. Because while doing this strong exhalation on breathing from tandem, he is giving this all energy from his body, and that way he's doing this move with all the muscles. Because while doing this scream, you engage all your body, your neck, your intercorporal muscles, even I think your buttocks and everything else. So, and it gives you a lot of energy. So the sutras teaches you how to use your energy and how to build proper breathing. It's about also the samadhi, the concentration. It's an easy way just to forget about anything. Sometimes people, even you did this beautiful thing today with singing. Just consider how many times we are rescuing ourselves from sadness or from traumatic emotion just by singing, like singing with children or listening to music that we really like, and going by car, we can then feel free and sing and then go to work a little bit released. So it's the technical stuff of sutras that I think are just like going on the level of your body. Mm-hmm. But there is this really deep connection in what sutras really are. How are they composed? Who did them? What is the meaning in them. And I think that they are really part of Zazen if you know them by heart. Sometimes just hearing something or looking at something, you got a bliss and connects with the sutra, and then the understanding, the deeper understanding is coming, and this is all what appears in Zazen. I know also that often the Roshi is using Teidai Dempo Busono Myogo even while sitting, because it easily gets him into the samadhi.
Mhm.
So it's all about your experience or your connections to the specified sutras. It's all about also the way how you do it. For example, today I was doing Daichi Shindarani when we was on the cemetery, and some sutras are just like words, syllables, and you may just check for yourself what are the meaning. Even if you know the meaning, you don't remember the meaning, so the words the syllables, the sounds just are left, but in some part of your mind you feel the deep meaning. And I remember that once Roshi asked about what is the Daichi Shindarani about, he didn't translate every syllable, everything, but he just told, we are reciting the stars names, and I figured out what is the stars names, what for stars names, and I was checking that sutra, and it came out that the stars names was referring to the translation of compassion, Buddha of compassion, Buddha of wisdom, Buddha of one-mindedness, Buddha of oneness. So it's like the values that are stars on our dark sky that helps us to navigate if we do not have the compass. In Quantum you have the compass.
We have the
because
compass.
your genius teacher made it for you.
Zen compass.
So in Prince Zazen we had Daichi Shindarani with stars. Maybe you have any other reflection. You were reciting sutras so many times.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about sutras.
Do you have any favorite, like connected to anyone?
No.
And you, Shinkai, do you have any favorite? You love poetry and literature.
Well, I suppose my favorite is Haku and Zenji's Song of Zazen. But it's my favorite because of the words. The words are the insights in it are so profound. But I'm growing to appreciate the sutras that are just for the singing, just for the
Dharanis,
yeah,
which
the
you just
dharanis.
recite by your heart.
Yeah.
And you, Kakushi?
Yes, actually, I like very much Zazen about, and I even was thinking about talking about today a little bit about it.
Yeah, so
Because I think it's kind of it has a very interesting part that can kind of fit to as context we are meeting in, and this is these moments when this wisdom from sutra can kind of help to guide us through the life, and this is the wisdom. In sutras, this is the wisdom of our ancestors. So all these sutras were written by people who's been practicing very long, and they wrote it. It's like very often it's like a culmination, like Heart Sutra or something like culmination of all the discoveries from very deep practice insight. So they composed the sutra for practitioners when they are not around to be able to just get something from this wisdom. Very often these texts are very complicated, And although we chant them for so many years, we still discover new things in them.
But I will add just one thing that I wanted to tell, but I forgot. At the beginning, the sutras were invented because there was like no paper, no writings. Not many people could really write. So the easiest way to transfer the teaching was by singing. I don't remember the sutras, but when I start to sing them, I remember. And often it's coming out that I remember once I was in Kugyo in the Hokwozan session. And, you know, I do not practice sutras every day, so I do not remember them. And there is a big mallet, and I was just holding this big mallet with my one hand, and I wanted to be clever, and I had the sutra book in the left hand. I have quite strong hand, so I could do it with one hand. And Roshi saw that, and it wasn't appropriate from him, so he took the sutras. He came to me, took the sutras, put it away, and hold my hands on the mallet, and with my hands start doing like that I have to do it with, not like like playing on the drum, but with all body. And you know, I just lose every fear that I had that I will not manage to do it. And it came out somehow from me. It came out that I remember these, although before I started, I didn't remember. I had to read. So it's like how it works. Music helps us to remember, and being in samadhi of music helps us to remember. And it was the way to give the wisdom to next generations. Now we've got paper, printers. We can just print the sutras when they are needed. And maybe that's why we do not put so much value to remembering them by heart.
And also, you know, very often also sutras were just a very skillful way to teach. Especially, I'm thinking about Metta Sutra. Metta Sutra is like this loving kindness sutra. So the story of the sutra is that Buddha and his Sangha, his disciples, were practicing in a forest. And these practitioners came to Buddha and said, you know, we can't practice here. There are ghosts and they are haunting us, and they really want to get rid of us from here. And Shakyamuni Buddha said, you know, what you should do, you should do something a little different. You should turn your loving kindness towards this ghost. And you start practicing this loving kindness, this holding this kind of attitude towards this ghost, to be kind, wishing them very well, wishing them to be happy, not to suffer, all the good things, and check this and see how it works, you know. So they tried, and after a couple of days, they came and said, you know, this actually ghost, they were very happy that we were there. They benefited, and they kind of practiced with us there. And you know, and since then, you know, Metta Sutta is a very powerful practice too, because you know the thing we've been doing at the end of our circle, we're kind of reciting a very short couple of verses from Metta Sutta, and from the psychological perspective, it has there's many tricks in it. First of all, when these students came to Buddha, you know, and they start talking about some ghosts haunting them, you know, he couldn't tell them, you know, you are kind of, there are no ghosts, what are you talking about? You know, they would reject that. Yeah. So, but he was smart, you know, yes, of course, but you know, try this. And there is something that, you know, this is the psychological mechanism that we project our things on other people. So our attitude towards some people is projected on some people, and we believe that the spirits will prosecute us, and we start prosecuting these people. Oh, we are just defending, and it just spins like that. So Shakyamuni was very smart. He clearly saw that. He said, "Oh yeah, this kind of projects are going on here. So let's cut it through. Try other things. Project kindness to them." And what they got? Oh, these gods are kind to us. So it's really powerful. But also, my experience with Metta Sutta is, and I don't know, I don't understand this magic, but when I do it for someone or in some environment, I can feel that it affects not only me, but some of these people are also, something is changing. I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's kind of clear to me that it's happening. And similar tool I find in Torres Zenji Bodhisattva vow, which we chant. And this is the verse. I will read it because I think it's very adequate to our situation. If it is so, even with inanimate objects, how much more should we be kind and merciful towards human beings? Even those who are foolish, though they become our sworn enemies, reviling us and persecuting us, we should regard them as bodhisattvas, manifestations, who in their great compassion are employing skillful means to help emancipate us from the sinful karma we have produced over countless kalpas through our biased, self-centered views. How do you understand that? I will ask. It's very powerful.
It's like a challenge. It's inviting you into a challenge to face that you never actually know what's inside of others and how they get to the point when they act foolishly, as it put, in evil way. And it's hard to admit that we can have a judgment about if the action is useful, helpful, harmful, but it's almost loses sense to judge a person, because if they could do better, they would do better. Something pushed them to this age to doing this. This is something that moral philosophy that was born in Western world really doesn't like to admit, because it believes in free will, or used to believe, some centuries used to believe in free will. That's how law evolved, that we believe that someone is doing harm, somehow is fully responsible, accountable for this. And they end up in jail, and their life is ruined. Something was stronger than fear to end up in jail. And I guess we just beginning to study it fully in neuroscience and to understand that sometimes, or most of the time, we don't have a choice. We act only the way we can. And if we see it as always judging, then we are always expecting the worst. We are always projecting something because we are not pure ourselves. We are afraid of shame. That's why it's easier to defend our ego, to put the guilt on someone else. That's how judgments, I believe, appear so fast. And if we are on the path of purifying our mind, or just learning how to think clearly and feel things for and discover things for what they really are. When you have a person in your life, or many people, or event that seems unfair and even evil-minded, then there could not be a better gift to find out about yourself, because still you don't know what led that person, or you cannot fully know. You can have a judgment if it's good or bad in consequences, but still you can find out a lot about yourself.
I've got last one question because we got 2 minutes. You are willing to start just on time? Can we have 5 minutes? It's okay, but because yesterday you wanted to.
It's okay.
In Soto tradition, which sutras, do you have any sutras from Rinzai? Can you count which one you have?
The same sutras.
Yeah.
The same sutras. Definitely, there is Heart Sutra,
Heart Sutra.
the Daishin Dharani, and
Kanzeon,
Kanzeon,
Enmenjuku Kanongyo.
Enmenjuku Kanongyo, Namukarata,
Namu Samanda.
yes.
Namu Samanda is Shosai Shu, the title is.
Yeah. So I think those.
And do you have some text like we have Hakuin and Rinzai and
No.
No.
Usually it's not chanted. However, at Great Vow it is, but Great Vow is like a combination. That's why.
And may I ask you, you have the lineage, Teidai Dempo Busono Myogo, maybe it's named a little differently. You start from Enodai Kanzenji, or the last one is Enodai Kanzenji, and then you start later. You remember?
Yeah, I remember that I was curious about it, but I think it was the next one after Daruma was the different one, but I'm not sure now.
Is it possible to check just how?
Actually, no, there was the 6 ancestors, definitely the same.
Enodai Kanzenji is 6th ancestor.
So definitely the 6th ancestor is in the line.
So I'm curious who is next after Enodai Kanzenji. Just to check whom you have in your lineage.
Yeah, maybe in one it will be easier. Or yeah, actually
we can check it, right?
Yeah.
And your Jukai is from
Great Vow. It's my chosen and Hogan's lineage, which is Maizumi.
Meazumi Roshi. And it was Soto?
It was Soto.
It was Soto. But they just also combine Rinzai parts in
Yes, because they later practiced with Shoto Harada Roshi.
Okay.
And that's why they wanted to introduce a lot of forms and things they learned.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. And could you check? I know the Korean names will be different, but can we check until which one we have the same?
Yeah, that's a good
because
idea.
Which one? Most of them. Some of them are the Chinese masters, and then it went Japan and Korea on the other side. So I would be curious to check that if you could.
Yeah.
Check those.
Some of those names are even Indian masters.
Yeah.
Yes,
but
yes.
we don't do this this kind of recitation. I think it's in Lviv because they try to go really, really lightly because this wall of Christian conditioning. So every we at first half year we didn't do the chanting. We didn't even know there is chanting. We just sit. We very carefully introduced. But for me it was okay because my father was very, very open with this stuff. He would read me the Gita, and yeah, he do yoga and something. I think that's he just invented on the go. Yeah, so this person that likes to
It's
try
how
stuff.
it's how yogis do.
Yeah, yeah. So so they're very, very super careful, and most of the people who come to practice, they're younger than 30, so very young. And because older people are like, you're saying nam samanda, and it means pussy in Ukrainian. So it's some Satan stuff. I'm going home.
Yeah.
No, throw this out. This is go to church and confess and forget.
On. Yeah. Yeah, because we don't have much time, and I would like to ask you about your request for tomorrow, and what would you like to get busy for the last hour on tomorrow on the class we have. And I can tell you what I potentially have ready, but maybe if you have some other ideas, yeah, we can use this hour later. And I have for today this different Zen stories about war and different difficult situations. I had also some basics and how they manifest in Zen, how they are worked with in Zen. Basic like Four Noble Truth, Eightfold and 16 Precepts. That's kind of Zen ABC. And unless you want something else, and what would be your preference to hear?
Not ready for this question.
Think about it. During
Yeah.
question and
Question
answer,
answer,
you
yeah.
can answer.
If not for the recording, me personally, I know basics for Buddhism, so I guess I'm most interested in if we can speak more about the practice, like nuances.
Forms?
No, practice, like Zazen, like what we do during the practice. Like I'm interested. We're doing cooking. I believe I'm doing something different from what you're doing, even though we are working together every day. So if there's anything else that can be perceived as practice, I understand that forms and sutras is also a practice, as practice never stops. But if you have more to share about the formal sitting, like in the beginning when we sat for the first day, and then we had a little bit discussion, and Yukioka-san shared that you have this tension and you try different things. So I'm curious about those different things. And also, Kurt said it's kind of creative, like you sit and you're not sure what will be the practice.
So I maybe we can talk, because each of us has that, and usually it makes us progress difficulties in practice. So I have different difficulties than Kurt is having, than Kyo is having, and on that difficulties, each of us can share how to deal with those difficulties, and then probably our difficulties, according to our age and our all things, match somehow also with other people. It might be the most wide thing, but then each of us will tell about one difficulty and how he progressed.
Some other needs during question and answers. Okay, thank you very much.
Let's bring it back to the regular places.
Tomorrow is
Saturday. Saturday.
Saturday. Today is Saturday.
Today's
I thought that is Friday. So,
Today is Friday.
no, today's Saturday. Tomorrow is Sunday. It's
so
last
we
day.
are having this is 7th day of
Yeah,
retreat.
so I thought.
Today is 7th day of retreat.
Tomorrow is the last day.
So I think so.
Wow.
Because I thought we were ending in the morning tomorrow.
No. We have another day. If you're leaving on Monday,
Yeah, I think we are leaving. We can check that.
Today
But I think that
today
today
is
is sixth day.
today is Saturday 8th.
Okay, the names doesn't matter. I think that today is 6th day and tomorrow is 7th day. And we must check what day we are leaving. But
Okay.
I think that the Monday we are leaving and Monday we will be having free. Magda, would you like to go tomorrow during Kyiv to we change a little bit our day and go in the morning to practice on square, Maidan Square? How do you feel about it? Would it be or somewhere there is a like sharpening networks? Do you have any idea?
We can go in, but just about the time.
But I would like you to show me this. We will find a place because it's morning, so we will not interrupt anyone. But we can go outside, like Maidan or somewhere. So
There's,
it's your city, so
there's one very significant place. Personally, and from the history, it's one of the first hills that were kind of Kyiv formed around it. And it's around the middle of the lake, and it's a hill. It's like a little park around it. So you just sit on it. And there were like witchcrafts there. It has a traditional spiritual practices there.
it would be nice to go. I also have this kind of hill, but I will tell you later.
We need to count time. And I will show you how long is the walk.
You can prepare it, and then we will decide. We will do half an hour in the morning. Then at night we can leave, go there, just stay for half an hour, and then go back. It would be, I think, the good impression for tomorrow, for the last day.
One other way or just
Taxi.
walk? Yeah. Just to save time. Is the
I don't know how it's.
I'll show you the time for walking. And you decide. Okay?
If it's half an hour, we can walk. If it's longer,
It's on.
longer. So you can organize. So we can organize the taxi. I will show you which hours we will do. Probably Kyiv and the next round. So it will be 1.5 hours. There is there is sitting, Kyiv, and next round. So with Kyiv we can go by taxi and sit there and go back
And go walk
by foot or by taxi.
Okay.
We have a comment that it was pretty quiet and someone couldn't hear us.
We finished at some questions, I remember, but I don't remember the question. Yes. We're supposed to start answering the question. Do you remember what was the question?
right, yeah,
But
we-
we dealt with that. in the-
That's right. Was actually thinking that we could use some movement, so maybe before we get everything all set, we could pull back so that we have a few minutes for some qigong.
Also,
Apologies on that.
because you can stand behind the church, so
Yeah.
there's a lot of space.
So yeah, let's get some movement in the body using the qigong exercises that we've been practicing over the last several days. And we'll go through. We won't do the warm-ups. We'll just go through the movements. So taking a moment to come into the standing position, come home to the mountain, as we say, and feel into the body standing here for a moment. Feeling the soles of the feet rooted into the earth, into the floor. Noticing and releasing any tension or tightness in the body. And we'll go through our movements. The first one is mist rising from the lake. Bringing the in-breath with the upward movement, out-breath with the downward sweep of the arms and hands, mist rising from the lake. And once more. Body hanging fairly loose, knees a little bent, arms slightly away from the body. Opening the heart at the top of the mountain. And one more time. Opening the heart at the top of the mountain. As always, listening to the body, and if necessary, you can override my instructions if there's pain or discomfort in the body caused by any particular movement. Just adjusting it so that it works for you. It's part of the practice of body awareness and honoring the limits of the body for each of us. Parting the clouds. And one more time. Casting the rainbow. Holding a gentle stretch, keeping the breath flowing, and the other way. And once more each way, casting the rainbow. And making a fist with the right hand, dropping the stone from the heart. Just gently tapping the chest a few times, and then just dropping with gravity, dropping the arm, dropping the stone. How many stones we carry around in the heart that we forget that we can put them down just by choosing to let them go, just for now. And once more, dropping the stone from the heart. Taking a moment again while we're standing here to just tune in the body standing here. Noticing any shifts in the climate of the heart, the felt sense of the body as we do these movements. Flying the wild goose. Again, if you like, a big in-breath with the upward sweep. Slow out-breath with the downward gliding motion. And one more time, flying the wild goose. Gathering the fragrance of the earth. bringing that fragrance into the body, drawing that vital energy up from the earth into and through the body. And once more, gathering the fragrance of the earth. Gathering the chi, the vital energy from the heavens. Drawing the hands down just off the body, just away from the body. And one more time. As the hands draw down over the lower belly, placing the palms for a few moments on the lower belly, one on top of the other. And then drawing the hands back to the sides. Gathering the vital energy from the ocean. Stepping forward with one foot, reaching down as if scooping some ocean water, ocean energy. Letting it flow down over and through the body. The other foot forward. Once more the other way. Gathering the chi from the ocean. Riding the waves. Stepping forward with one foot and rocking back and forth a few times. And shifting the other foot forward, riding the waves. Drawing back to the mountain pose. And before we finish, taking a moment to check in with the body, tune in the body as a whole, standing here again, and noticing within the body, noticing any shift since we started these movements. Shifts in the heart, shifts in the sense of ease or lack of ease, shift in the sense of presence or lack of presence. And just a big part of all of the practices is kind of keeping the finger on the pulse of what is going on in the body. Pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Just being aware of it so that the body is part of the conversation we're having with our whole life as we practice. Okay, closing with embracing the tiger, coming home to the mountain. And once more, embracing the tiger, coming home to the mountain. Thank you. Can I have a time check?
Of course.
And,
30 minutes. But if we can do 30 minutes.
Okay.
Like 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay, can you give me a little, since I don't have, if
I will give you
5 minute warning.
5 minutes before.
Okay, thanks. So, so my topic this week has been bringing in some themes from the secular mindfulness world. In particular for me and for Valta here in Kyiv, our experience with mindfulness-based stress reduction. And there are many forms of secular mindfulness that have become popular or are becoming popular really all over the world. And the relationship between some of these programs and practice orientations, and what we're doing here, or what happens in more traditional Buddhist practice environments. So there's some themes that have been emerging. Here we're in Kyiv. There's a war going on. Those of us who are not from Ukraine are learning a little bit about which air raid alerts we should be paying attention to and which ones not paying attention to, and the apps for. So just the strangeness of how that's unfolding. How people here are keeping some semblance of their normal lives going in the midst of very difficult situations. But there have been several things mentioned around how we practice with very challenging situations. We don't have to go far in our personal lives to encounter challenging situations. Most of us have plenty of challenges, frustrations, difficulties, losses, great losses. So in the human world, we're faced with many problems, many challenges, and many things that can be scary. So how do we practice with that? And Zen provides, Zen is going straight into that. You know, the Zen form, the Zen tradition is kind of designed to help us move into the all of it, you know, the whole, as John Kabat-Zinn says, the full catastrophe of being in a human life. And that's the title of his book, The Manual for Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction, is Full Catastrophe Living. How do we live in the full catastrophe? Not only survive, but live with some of the inherent capacities for joy, kindness, compassion, gratitude that we are also endowed with in our human life. So some of the themes that have been coming up, you know, around yesterday we were talking about wrestling with the question, how do we deal with panic attacks? Because, you know, something that those of you here from Ukraine are working with in yourselves and seeing all around you. How do we deal with that? And just the whole sort of just almost incomprehensible tragedy of war that seems to be part of our endowment as a species as well, and at enormous cost all the way through human history. How do we work with that? Kyosan was saying a couple days ago, and I really appreciated and really agree that we can't make peace out in the world if we're not making peace in our own hearts, if we're not really working at the deepest level within ourselves with our own encounters with anger, hatred, fear, anxiety, depression, you know, all of the what you might call the negative or destructive, what the Buddhist psychologists would call destructive emotions, that we can't be of use to others who are in pain if we are in pain, so much pain ourselves that we are off balance or caught in the English word undertow, you know, caught in the undertow of those kinds of emotions ourselves. We can't see clearly, we can't. So I think within all of the practices that come from the Buddhist world and now brought forward in a different way, more secular way with the mindfulness-based interventions that are springing up in all sectors of society now, in the West and also in Asia. So there's a poem that I often use and hear oftentimes in the mindfulness, the MBSR classes, poem by Rumi, from the 13th century, recently translated into English. He was a Sufi poet. It's called The Guest House. And the poem goes like this. This being human is a guest house. Every morning, a new arrival, a joy, a depression, a meanness. Some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all, even if they are a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture. Still treat each guest honorably. He may be clearing you out for some new delight. The dark thought, the shame, the malice, meet them at the door, laughing, and invite them in. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. So let that sink in for a moment. Really? Even the dark thought, even the shame, even the malice, to meet them at the door, and not only meet them at the door, but meet them at the door laughing and invite them in. That turns things upside down, doesn't it? And Dovek, you were quoting Torai Zenji, just, from one of the sutras we've been chanting. That, even the fool, though he, how does it go? Though he
become our soul and
Yeah, though
reviling and persecuting us, we should regard them as bodhisattva manifestation from the great compassion our plain skillful means to help emancipate us from the sinful karma we have produced over countless karmas
Right.
through our bias and centrifuges.
It is. Yeah.
But with the ancient, I'm asking you for tools, for simple tools.
Right.
Because,
So-
when the anxiety is coming, I cannot tell people
Right.
who is panicking, just go with that panic and jump.
Right.
We just asking for how do you deal with different problems like anxiety, sorrow. Are there in mindfulness just simple tools, really simple,
Yeah.
like breathing exercises in some way that can help you? Could you just tell something about that?
Sure. Yes, and the whole I would say core of the training in the secular mindfulness world is a little more directly, a little more explicitly around working with specific, difficult, or destructive emotions, the difficult emotions within the human realm, and there are lots of them. So the first order of business when we're practicing within MBSR is to make an agreement with ourselves that just for now we will make room, as Rumi suggested, we will make a place at the table for what we ordinarily would want to go away or push away. And maybe not starting with the most difficult stuff, starting with, stuff that maybe is annoying, but not so hard to work with. So, and for each one of it, it's different. So recognizing that when we sit, as we do in Zazen, when we sit with our actual life and for a little bit of time, and at first it might just be 30 seconds that we can handle, and maybe we grow it to a minute. and over time grow it, where whatever it is that is my personal thing. So maybe, here in Ukraine, the stress and anxiety of having bombs coming toward the city every day, that's a pretty big deal. So how do we allow what is happening to be happening just for now, just for now, with, because it is happening, right? We can't make it go away. And if my personal thing is, say it's shame, that I feel a lot of shame often, that shame arises when I'm sitting, feeling that I am not good enough, feeling that, or feeling that I have failed terribly. So if that is the uncomfortable emotion that comes up when I'm sitting, instead of just pushing it away or getting up and distracting myself from what's difficult, it's like, whoa, how do I embrace this tiger? How do I make a place at the table for this unpleasant emotion that happens to me all the time? So just recognizing, the first tool is recognizing that, let's say for me, shame is a frequent visitor.
So I will be like, because
Yeah.
I never was practicing mindfulness. And
Yeah.
I know only theory, but I don't know
Yeah.
anything. So first of all, you would advise me to sit.
No, I would advise you to, in whatever position you're in, whatever you're doing, to recognize that right now there is, and say, so it could be anger, it could be anxiety, it could be depression,
So it would be like giving me the question, what is it
What-
with you?
what-
And I can be moving, I can do anything. You would just...
Yeah, but in the moment that I recognize, say it's shame, there it is again. What I can do is, I can notice that I don't like this and I want to get away from it. And instead of getting away from it, I can, as we say in English, I can push the pause button. I can stop. And, it could be while I'm doing Zazen, it could be while I'm washing dishes, it could be, but in that moment, stop. Feel it. Notice, here is shame. Here is my old friend, my old enemy, but, here is that companion of my life that shows up as shame. Here it is. In this moment, okay, what if I invited in for tea? In that, using the Rumi's poem, what if I, instead of locking and barricading the door, I open the door and say, what are you here for?
I would have a question to this,
Mhm.
because sometimes for me, I feel it's something coming.
Yeah.
I want to invite it. I have this intention, but it's,
Yeah.
it's too difficult or doesn't want to come.
Yeah.
How to work with that?
Okay. So, this is where it takes time and practice, right? If we're just beginning with practice, we might recognize, no, that one's too big for me right now. Like maybe it's too big for me to make room at the table for, somebody that I consider an enemy, a serious enemy. But then I recognize that I'm noticing that it's too much for me right now. So, but I see that this is work I need to do. and maybe then I would forgive myself for, saying, no, I can't. This is too much right now. I need to retreat right now a little bit. So we find what isn't too big, and maybe we start with, if anxiety, if I'm suffering from panic attacks or serious anxiety, I might start with, so what is something that causes anxiety, but it's not overwhelming anxiety, so then, okay, I can work with that. Nothing comes to mind right away, but so then you push pause, you say, okay, I'm not gonna slam the door on it. I'm gonna notice it's here, and just for a few moments, I'm going to breathe with it. So then the breath, in those moments of approaching overwhelm, then it takes bravery, doesn't it, to stop and be with it. So first of all, even if I can only be with it for 2 seconds, that's 2 seconds more, before I got to get out of here. But that's 2 seconds more than I've done in the past, right? Good job. Good job. You were with it for 2 seconds. So it's very, we have to be very patient with ourselves and very forgiving of ourselves. But this is the work in my experience, this is the core work of programs like MBSR, which are using the tool of sitting, Zazen, but then once I've breathed with it, so if I am feeling a kind of wave of anxiety approaching or overwhelm, so I now see, I can now name it. Usually it's unconscious and it just rolls over me and it carries me with it, right, over the waterfall. This time I feel it coming. I feel it like heat in the body or tension in the body, right? So there's where the body is so important as a messenger. So, I'm getting really tense. Stop. Take a breath. Okay, notice all of my muscles are tight. So, okay. So in this moment, that's a tool, right? I'm using my awareness now. Breathe. Okay, release. Do I have? Am I unsafe right now in this room right now? No, I'm with friends. There's Kyosan. There's Simon. There's Walter. I'm with my friends. Okay. Now I can start to look at this with some range of options besides panic, or besides, if it's anger, taking out whoever it is I'm angry with, and seeing how that works for me. Or if it's, whatever it is, if it's shame, just kind of slinking away like I usually do. No, okay, I'm going to stand in the room with this shame, with some awareness now, and with a few moments of breathing with the feeling of it in the body, right? Because then, if I can work with the body's reactivity, then I can begin to calm the body before I take it on up here, this is very, very, this comes right back to what you were saying, Kilson. That, you know, we want to do something big. We want to change the world. We want to fix things. You know, we want to fix each other. We want to fix ourselves, right? But all we can do is be with ourselves in this moment. And being with ourselves in this moment requires nuts and bolts steps, you know, tools. It's not okay if I am. If what were those 10? You know, the 10 steps to what? It's not that. It's like, oh, there it is again. You know, my body is tense. I want to run away. You know, or I want. Breathe with that. Let go of the tension, not next week or last week, but right now, because the tension only manifests now, right? Or the you know, the heat in the body, or whatever it might be. It's a present moment thing. So each one of these steps requires bravery, because each one of these steps is shining the light of awareness on habits of fear, of, you know, of reactivity that have driven us through, in my case, 73 years. You know, and in each of us, for however many decades, we've been driven by the unconscious desire to get away from what's uncomfortable, or what we don't like, or what we're afraid of, or what we hate, or what we, you know, all of those things. So in this moment, you know, not for you, but for the only person I can work with, which is me, I can stop, you know, in the middle of the discomfort of this, and say, here it is again. You know, here is my old friend shame, or my old friend anger, or here's that anxiety that keeps coming, so it must be here to teach me something. Start by letting it be there, because it's there anyway, right? Yeah, it's there anyway. And then become curious about it. You know, become curious about it. Bring, you know, so in mindfulness, secular mindfulness, we're paying attention on purpose to what's going on in the present moment, and then we're doing it in a particular way, which is non-judgmentally. So all the judgment that we heap on, in Buddhism, we talk about the second arrow. The first arrow is the anxiety. The second arrow is trying to drive it away, or kill it, or, you know, talk ourselves out of it, or, you know, or sort of dump it on someone else. So, so there is this choice to show up for our life as it is right now, in its, you know, beauty, but also in its bewilderment, and its confusion, and its, you know, lack of any sort of, what do I do with this? Switching that from, this is bad, get it away, to, whew, what a great opportunity to become more fully who I am, without being pushed around by these emotions or these thoughts. So, does that? So, any other questions?
Yes. Yes and no. This just brings me one Teisho of the Roshi.
Yeah.
It told the story of one Buddha who was really not a Buddha, but he was like a killer. And he became a Buddha. He went to the mountains, and then he was teaching people. And Roshi said simple thing: just there are all we did in our lives, things that we wouldn't like to do, and some of them are things that we can forget easily. don't remember because there are some. But some are really big that we really cannot forget.
Right.
But we can remember them to know to not ever do it again and to help other people not to make the same mistakes. And in that way,
Right.
this
And-
pain can be relief
Right.
as also the repentance
Right.
is the one of the most important things in Zen.
Right.
To really be honest with yourself and let Roshi also tells that you never know what will come from your unconsciousness. How do you call it?
Yeah, unconscious.
Unconsciousness. While sitting Zazen in this pure mind, the pictures, the words, the things that are appearing are getting from our subconsciousness.
Yeah.
So, he's just like preparing that.
And
And some things are really stick to us that we will never forget. For example, like killing a person. So the precepts and or the wisdom is telling really not to do because you will not remember. But you can relieve yourself if you will take the wisdom from that and use it in a way directing it for good, changing it.
Right, and it's really it's the work of a lifetime in that way. You know, the more we the more we are able to make room for the whole range of human emotions that we have, and the more we can make room for things not going our way and ultimately losing the things we love. You know, I mean, that's a work of a lifetime. But day by day, minute by minute, you know, working with our reactive tendencies, the things that the mind always wants things that it doesn't have.
And you, as a mindfulness teacher, working with your students, I may call, or someone who is on the therapy with you, you are just trying to be like this narrative, objective narrator who helps this person to go through that process?
Well,
how
that's a good question, because mindfulness is different from therapy. You know, and they can go hand in hand, but therapy often or traditionally has to do with going back into your life history, you know, and really reliving or talking. Mindfulness is about staying present focused. So dropping the storyline, you know, letting go of my narrative of, you know, what happened 20 years ago. It might come up as a memory, you know, that might come up as a memory while I'm sitting, and it might be a painful memory. So then we're not going to go back and discuss it and, you know, figure it out, but we're going to notice that memory is showing up. So right now it's a present moment. It's a present moment experience, that memory. Where is it landing in the body? You know, how is it? What thoughts is it generating? What emotions is it generating in this moment? You know, and working in present moment awareness with both the body sensations part of it, noticing and naming the emotions without trying to fix them or make them go away or hang on to them, but just, oh, this brings up a lot of fear. Right now I'm feeling a lot of fear. Say, where is that? Where is the fear in your body? What are you saying to yourself? You know, what are the words you're saying to yourself right now in the kind of grips of fear? Or, you know, just, whoa, I didn't even realize I was saying those words, you know, like, I can't stand this. I can't stand this. Well, is that true? Maybe if we just stay with it right now, I can stand it right now, you know, and then sort of grow my confidence that I can be with unpleasant emotions for, you know, more of the time and with more kindness toward myself.
So maybe for tomorrow, you still have some time. Could you try to bring like what you be guidance for someone who is in the situation in Ukraine right now, for example, hearing the alert or staying in this anxiety for could you try to do this kind of thing?
We could maybe do some role playing around it, you know, what I might say to someone. Otherwise, it's just, you know, it's.
Yeah, I would like to do in that way to show that too, and show, for example, people that not only the theory about mindfulness and about with Zen, it's simple. They can just look and see that we are sitting, we are doing all this stuff from introduction, the breathing exercises, this is Zazen. But to show also the like technical aspect of really how is it going to encourage people to use this mindfulness wisdom to help in this particular situation that we are in right now.
Yes, and I would just say a couple more things for now. One is that what we're talking about here does not belong to, in any exclusive way, to Buddhism or Christianity or you know, or necessarily. It's these are tools that are available to all of us. You know, they're rooted within practices within Buddhism, especially the practice of mindfulness in this case, but and the practices of loving kindness. So there's different practices that we've drawn from Buddhism, but they don't belong to Buddhism. They belong to the human, you know, the human experience. So in that sense, it's available to everyone. Yeah, that was the main
so
thing.
Enlighten those most precious, which we can show that although they are always among us, we should use it as some kind of tool that could help us.
Right.
We can do it.
And then, you know, something I have to remind myself of, you know, which again is what Kyosan was saying a couple days ago, that always, really, I mean, there may be things we can do that are helpful to other people, but always the real work is working with my own difficult emotions more skillfully and with greater awareness, greater conscious awareness, so that then, you know, only then do I have something to offer to someone else, really. You know, that's so. Like I think of my classes in MBSR as teaching. You know, everybody who is in the class is learning at a very basic level how to work with what they're afraid of, what they want to get rid of, and you know, resentments and all of those things, just at a ground level, at a basic level, and that is where peace begins. You know, I mean, strictly speaking, that is where peace begins, is in my own growing of my capacity to be with the human experience, my own, you know, in particular, to be with the human experience with kindness and curiosity rather than self-judgment and, you know, bitterness, anger. So how to transform toward kindness, curiosity, gratitude, you know, and boy, we have about 50,000 opportunities every single day to do that, right? So it's very, very important and profound work to be in whatever small ways we can, available to our life so that we can be available to others as well.
Okay, so tomorrow we can just like play roles or something like that to show
Okay.
how to do it, and then maybe it will be like a picture easier for someone else to adjust it in a hard situation
Right.
in their lives.
Okay.
So, match time and question and answers.
In the meantime, we got a message from Chisan, and she said that people at SoGameG are sitting it's a shame for us to just support us in our practice. It's very,
So
very
now we are sitting with additional 20 people, 20 something, right?
yeah. It grows big. A lot of good points. And I feel like Zen and mindfulness seems to be the same.
They're the same.
The
at that
same.
level.
A little bit different language to talk about things, but the general concept seems to be the same.
I think so.
And like I know, the psychoanalysis is also very similar thing, but completely different language.
Right.
But it's all about the same things.
Yeah.
And maybe it's good we have mindfulness because Zen is more, I would say, not always for Zen, the priority was to be available for everyone.
Right.
So you have to make effort to get there. So sometimes they don't make it easier for you. And mindfulness is like, oh, how to make it, as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, how to make it available for everyone that most people can benefit from it.
Yeah. Yep. I see it as a kind of, I mean, the Roshi, Harada Roshi, makes a really strong case that this is the practice of this time in our history that is for everyone. And Rinzai Zen isn't for everyone, but Rinzai Zen, for those drawn to it, can sometimes get there a little quicker, but it's not climbing a different mountain. It's going more straight up, not so many switchbacks maybe, but it's the same mountain and the same human life that we're trying to navigate and befriend and mature into. John would have loved being here, I think, because he had 10 years in the Korean Zen. I mean, his first, that was
Before research.
he was very serious Zen student.
That's what I assume. I've seen him sitting on stage.
And
Like this.
yeah,
Now I know.
and he was really kind of like you were, Jason. He was sort of in line to be, he was like first lieutenant, you know, on his way up when he decided to sort of move toward Vipassana, and then from Vipassana, from a more secular version into what he, but he would, and he had tea with the Roshi on 9/11. Did you know that? On the actual, he was on Whidbey Island on the weekend of September 11th, and I was at the session, and he had a tea date on September 11th, which went ahead, which happened, where he was sharing with the Roshi his work and this stuff. So he would have loved being here, and he sat with us this morning. We can all say, at least Americans can say, where we were on the morning of September 11th. And that's where John was.
Mm. I remember the day in my life. I remember this day in my life. I was 17 or something, 16 or something. And I was raised in my distant family in Dnipro, which is a big industrial Dnipropetrovsk city. And I came home, I don't know, I was meeting friends, and I came to their place, and they were all stick to the TV. And what Sagan said, like, that it was like, because it was distant, it was like a movie. And I had this idea that, for me, it felt like a movie. It was, I understood something horrible happened, but also, now I remember, all those Americans blockbusters got materialized. That's why it looked like a movie. We couldn't differentiate it from the films. That's how American Hollywood kind of showed these kind of things long before many times. And that was weird.
I think what MBSR, where it most helped me to go, to grow my practice beyond what I was doing with Zen at the time, where there was quite a bit of tightness, and there's still some of that. You can tell. I still get triggered by that form, Roshi's form of teaching. But this gave me a language for it. That working with difficult emotions truthfully, using the tools of practice in a much more sort of practical, down-to-earth steps that are not taught in Zen, in tradition like our practice here. That then you can bring back into your Zen practice, or your Christian or whatever it is. But it was really helpful for me. Yeah, I think so. I would say so.
Lee? Sure.
You guys
Off
Yeah.
is better. Off.
Let's start with questions and answers. Please take one. Maybe there is something from people outside.
Can't see anything, but yeah, guys online, if you have any questions, you can write on YouTube chat or on Facebook. It's easier for us to see on YouTube chat.
Yeah,
What's it?
lots of questions in the last days from me. But you're giving really quality answers, so why not use this? So you're using a lot of, all of you are using a lot of new words for me, and maybe it's not so interesting for the people watching, but to like melt this language barrier. So some of the words, actually, it would be better in a situation that what's this word? What this mean? Like, what's this? One of the words that I remembered from your lecture, in particular, is secular.
Is what?
Circle.
Secular.
Secular. You use
Oh, secular.
You're
Okay.
using this word,
Okay.
and it's new for me. And
So secular means not religious.
okay,
So like from everyday lay life, science, business,
every day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for,
And the Ukrainian word is actually has the same root. Svitsky. Secular, Svitsky.
uh-huh.
Świecki.
Shvetsky, yeah.
Yeah, in the other words, because I get going and I know that this language is, so I'm sorry for not taking more care.
It's okay because you're like from the other part of the planet.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But
Any other words that we can remember that were unfamiliar?
at least I had this, like, these invisible notes, but they fade away real fast. So I had this, the biggest one is circular, but these other 20 is for now they're postponed.
Yeah, I would suggest that if there's a word, it's hard to just jump in and ask for the explanation.
Like just new terms. I think
Yeah.
maybe we know. Of course, I know what Svitsky means, but in English, because it's like my fourth language.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's not obvious. All these, especially these more specific words.
I'm surprised how good you are at English and how
Yeah,
your
because
English-
in Ukraine, I wanted to tell you about this when we were eating, but we're silent. That in Ukraine, there's when I was studying in Germany, they would ask me, why am I speaking sometimes even with different voice? Like it goes up, down, like this one more the e, and then I go with o, and because in Ukraine, because especially in Lviv, but also in Kyiv, but the historicals, the country is big. So we have two languages. One is Ukrainian, and it has dialects like it everywhere. and one is Russian because of the history. And in my city, we also have Polish, but it's the same words with different pronunciation, like naholos, naholos. And they have the same roots, very close, but again different. And sometimes the meaning can be like upside down
Wow.
with the same word. And you come from, I don't want to be like brutal, but you come from Poland, and it's just jokes, like local jokes. Somebody comes from Poland, and everybody says "Nie ruchaj to, nie ruchaj to." And someone from Poland is, what? What are you talking? So in Polish it means don't
Bad word.
bad word, yeah.
Don't have sex with someone.
Don't have sex with this like ice cream. And people from Poland are like, why are you? And in my city, it's like every third word is ruchaj. Ruchaj se. It means just move. Yeah, just
move,
go.
yeah.
Just
Ruszaj,
yeah. But also on the car, like if you're starting the car, ruchaj.
I think that the origin is the same because in Polish, ruszać się, ruszać is like moving, and just there are different ways to talk about sex, and it was just taken there,
Very much works for these things, and because they're very basic for all of us. And also, my city was a long time in the Austrian Empire. So we have some Austrian or German words, and they have sometimes the words is the same, but the meaning is different than is in Germany. And when I come to Germany, I think I understand some of the stuff you say. You use like with different pronunciation, but the same word. And sometimes there was like these confusions, and they were like, how do you know this that we're talking about? Because I at that time didn't know that good of German. So in most of us, especially from the right bank of the western part of Ukraine, from the river, they speak two languages. And with my situation is when you have my family, it's like really mixed. It's international. It's Polish, Russian, Ukrainian, and also my grandmother. She was just like,
It's like thrown in. Someone didn't want to have a baby, and they just throw a baby at your door.
Yeah. So we don't know. So it's mystery. And it's really mixed, and we have like Polish, Ukrainian, Russian speaking at house. And I went to Ukrainian school. All my friends talk Ukrainian. Everything outside, everything official Ukrainian. TV, reading. I don't know how to write in Russian. But at home, we talk this strange Russian mix of Ukrainian and Russian. And you could like bend this language. You can use the word to show the irony. Well, example, you know the word красиво.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, yeah.
In Russian. In Ukrainian, it's гарно або красив. It's similar. But when I use this E, красиво, in the situation like it shows the irony. So we bend the language to show. So at home, when I'm arguing with my father, I do it in Russian because it's good to show this negative emotion. But when we're peaceful and stuff like that, and he has to say something to me like these father words, he switches to Ukrainian or Ukrainian Polish because his father talked to him in Polish. But it's when somebody comes from eastern part of Ukraine Ukraine, I had a girlfriend who would come, and she said, "You were all talking at the table, like 6 people, everyone at the same time, and communicating with each other. You're talking at the same time, but it's actually a dialogue. There's 2 monologues at the same time, but somehow, and this one speaking Russian, this one speaking something like with Jewish words, and this one Ukrainian, and she says, it's sensory overload, because my family came. Somebody now lives in Poland, somebody in Italy, and this my like twofold sister. She's like the
Second stepsister.
Stepsister.
Stepsister. Or
Twice
sister-in-law.
stepsister. Like it's not related to my parents. Like the sister of my mother had a baby. That's her cousin. Yeah.
Okay.
And she's from Italy, and she's all over. Yeah, and she can't. We all told her, put your hands under the table, because she may throw something off or hit somebody on the face. And she says it's like a performance. And no wonder that girlfriend said that no wonder you're an artist. It's like all the time performance. All your life is performance. These are screaming, they are laughing, and it's like going parallel, and it's nothing. And the TV is also on, and yeah, it's actually like that. So that I was wanted to tell that, yeah, we most of us are billing. So we have 2 modes.
I also thinking that you live in kind of many culture situation, and you know how to kind of cooperate with different cultures. And are there any tensions between cultures or something like that?
Sure. Where there's differences, always would be tensions on them.
And Kyo-san, can you tell something about your grandparents? What was the names of the cities that they were from? Do you remember once you were checking it?
One grandparent was from the town in Ukraine called Kusinich. Have you ever heard that? We don't know if it still even exists.
Maybe they changed the
Do you know which part?
Yeah, my younger brother's the one who tracks all this. I'm sure he knows. The other grandparent, one was from Lithuania, Vilnius. Is that in
Yeah,
Lithuania?
still relevant.
Vilnius. And another
It's
one was from Belarus.
We have the similar checking of the roots.
Similar car.
Lithuania, Belarus, Poland, and Ukraine.
They all spoke Yiddish. That was their language.
So
Polish Jews who moved to Poland, to Lithuania.
Were there Orthodox Jews or
No, they were secular.
Never secular.
secular Jews?
I have a question to each of you. You don't have to share everything, but maybe something that pops up right into your mind. Probably there were different things on your path because you practiced for a very long time. If you would like to share, what did you notice in your daily life, like ordinary life, that got like significantly changed due to Zen teaching or the practice itself, like something that could not come from other places? You understand that this is affected right by Zen. This is affected right by my insight in the practice, nothing else, or habit in the practice, or developed quality in the practice.
Just to anyone?
Yeah, to everyone who would like to share.
So, I did a lot of psychoanalysis and I had my own psychoanalysis. For many years, it was my main thing. So in the beginning, I saw Zen is very similar to psychoanalysis, but more total. Psychoanalysis, you meet with psychoanalysts like 4 times a week, 5, 6, and Zen was all the time. But also I thought, that Zen penetrates way deeper than psychoanalysis. So I think that there are some thoughts patterns that I wouldn't be able to work through, and especially thoughts related to, thoughts related to believe that Dobek exists. In psychotherapy, it's something that's not questioned, the subject that it exists. And generally in psychotherapy is not about making ego weaker. Maybe Lacanian psychoanalysis is like this, but majority psychotherapists is about someone comes with suffering, and I was coming with the suffering, and they kind of okay, so this patterns, ego ways of dealing with this were not functional, so they kind of questioning them, showing them, and I had to find different patterns. And Zen is a completely different, it's going beyond ego. Just trying to see the nature of the ego, and just flipping everything inside out. So my complete understanding what the world is about and what the world is, what life is, it completely kind of flipped thanks to Zen, and I feel it's still ongoing adventure because still I'm confused about many things. But also, I've noticed that some external signs, like I was getting happier. I've noticed that people were more interested to talk to me. I noticed that people wanted to cooperate with me more. I've noticed that things I was doing at work, I was able to be more and more efficient and sometimes surprise people because we don't have it here, but very important practice is that is work practice, where when you do it with this attention, it's efficiency is not the goal of it, but the side effect, and it's really gives my work has changed a lot thanks to this.
What have you noticed that's different for you?
For me?
Yeah.
Wow. Didn't expect the terms.
Turn the table.
This is a typical MBSR.
Yeah. Give it back. I can definitely relate to what Kakushin said about the like a general view of the bigger perspective of what's going on. I put it what's going on, and I said it before, like what's going on the planet or what's going on here. But yeah, just to deal with basic stuff that is complicated and challenging, and this unknown became something that I already know that, okay, it's not the first time. It made me aware that I had experiences before. I had experiences before that too, before practice and before going deeper into practice. But somehow my mind was always forgetting that I have an experience that I can rely on. And I already been through something, and it's not the first time, and somehow I can solve it or live through this. So yeah, this kind of openness to next step. And there are a bunch of what I like mindfulness about, that giving names and like small like hints and tools which are very precise. Like they sound like very. There's no mystery about it. Just like these are very helpful. And I like the way, I guess, Joseph Goldstein once said, for you who know or not, he's one of the people who are responsible for making Vipassana secular and very quite popular in US. And he was at some point the bridge between Dalai Lama and scientists, like doing a lot of stuff and popularizing meditation. And I guess it was him, I'm not sure, I might be mistaken, but I guess he was asked a similar question. And like, imagine he was practicing for 40 years or something. And when he was asked the same question, he said, and he has this deep voice, he says, my wife says, I got nicer. A little bit nicer, even a little bit nicer. And I think that this is worse. Like even this small thing, which is, there's no small things. I guess it's so John Kabat-Zinn said something like that. Yeah, so I'm feeling less scared. I'm feeling less scared about at the same time feeling absolutely alone in the universe, but at the same time interconnected, and I'm less and less scared to exploring this. So I guess this is the main thing what I found out. Yeah.
When I began practicing Zen, I was about 30 years old, and at the time I was working as a university chaplain, a minister, you know. So I was an ordained Protestant minister, and a Roman Catholic monk was the one who started me in Zen. I was going to do little retreats at this Roman Catholic monastery. Because as a Protestant, which is very heady, very much in your head, and theology and doctrine and, you know, all that stuff. And I was really drawn to that there was something else, something different happening in this monastery. And this particular group of monks was doing Zen meditation. And so I was invited to sit with them. And that was the first time I sat. I'd read books, you know. It was in the culture, but it was as an idea. And I did my first Zen retreat with a group of Roman Catholic priests, primarily. I was invited in on that with an American Zen teacher, Robert Aiken Roshi. And it was set up as a Zen Christian retreat. So we would have the Dharma talks, the Teishos, and a lot of Zazen. And then, but instead of chanting sutras, we'd chant the Psalms from the Old Testament. And then there would be a Mass every day, a Catholic Mass, for those who wanted to do it. And I remember, you know, by the end of the retreat, I was thinking, I really like the silence, and I really like the Dharma talks, and that it's not all loaded with ideas and concepts. It's just like, and I don't really relate so much to trying to bring the Christian stuff in. So that's when I started doing Zen as Zen, just the kind of the stripping away of so many things that I was struggling with in the Christian tradition. It just, it just was more, I was much more relaxed. It felt like, oh, I've come home.
Mm.
And it was being allowed to have my own experience, and being encouraged to find my own, my own questions and my own voice, and trusting that, so that was kind of my entry into it. And then I ended up very soon after that leaving the ministry, and taking a little break. I think I'll just take a little break. And that was 50 years ago. And it's been Zen ever since for me.
Any these simple changes that you noticed? Maybe I believe there were plenty, many of them, but maybe something that you're using now, and you understand this is because of my practice.
Yeah, all the way along. I think the first change was just being able to relax into my life more and not try to live someone else's life, which is kind of how I felt when I was in the role of being a clergyman. So just the relief of letting go of someone else's job description, someone else's life. And the freedom to choose what I actually wanted to do rather than, So for me, it was commercial fishing in Alaska, and then that came around into what we're doing now. It folded back around, but finding Zen really started that.
I would just move to the right place. Because I'm very curious what you can say, because we practice
So
long.
I'll be honest, however it sounds. I went into the monastery, hoping for enlightenment, liberation. And the main thing I got out of the monastery is I don't think it's ever going to happen. So I gave it up. I gave up that striving for enlightenment and liberation. I gave up the desire, the hope for it, not the desire, but the hope for it. And so I'm a little bit lighter coming out of the monastery. It's the main difference. No longer thinking I'll be enlightened or liberated. And that was well worth the 10 years. It was well worth it.
Welcome.
Say again.
What was the question?
I had a friend who was avoiding for years, for some time, for a year, answering questions.
But I don't remember the question.
What did you notice change in your life when you started practicing?
Yeah, maybe some simple things, something.
Okay, so the change in my life when I started the practice, it was 18 years ago, so it's quite far. But the most thing that now comes to my mind, it was what I already told you, that when I was a young boy, I was always, I can refer that I was always happy, just shining without feeling of the body, going here, then, there, and having how do you call it, when you imagine something and you want to have it? Dreams, and yeah. So I having a lot of dreams to do something, and because I was young, I was believing that everything is possible because my life is still just there, and I can just go and grab everything. But I must make some conditions. And my parents were really simple, loving. Mostly, I would say that loving people. My mother is still, she's like overwhelming with love. It's the love that is overflowing and you cannot stand it anymore. It's like too much of love. Too much of love will kill you. As someone was singing. Too much love will kill you. So she's the one who is killing with love to her children. And my father was also the same. I still remember the sensations of his hand, because his hand was always sweating. My hands do not sweat when I was holding his hand. I just can go back to that beautiful memory. And now when I'm holding hand of my son, his hand is sweating and his hand this year become bigger than mine. I'm holding the hand of my father. And my childhood was really beautiful, like in the feeling of everything. And then at some point it was lost, and I was also lost. So I was searching again to find this feeling of being in the center of the world, as every loved child is. Just be at the top of the mountain, be at the center, to see that somebody cares about you, that you are loved by those who are around you, no matter what you are doing. And I've lost it, and I tried to went on the top of this mountain, not by doing hard mountain trip, but I thought that it's just, you must go just lowering other people, and then you will be the high one. If you got the potential, you were always putting yourself as the first one, and so on and so on. The ego was really wanted to be visible for yourself and for others, and it was annoying. It was working completely differently. So I was feeling very sad. Really, I was despair. And when I found Zen, immediately I was so lucky to not have to read many books, but I just Google Zen Master in Szczecin, and it came out that in 3 months or 6 months there will be Shodo Harada Roshi in Szczecin. So, and then I went straight under his teachings and his trainings, and I'm under it now. And with Zen teachings, I could change. I changed everything. I could, what I simply can tell, I could just go back to the feeling of be as I was when I was young, but now I've got resources to realize my dreams. For example, being a child, I couldn't just come to you here, and being an adult person, I could just follow my dreams, no matter what they are. But I'm just getting with my intuition, and I'm going where it shows me to go, and that's all. So let's have 5 minutes of break, and
Can we
then.
hear maybe Vasily would like
Oh,
to
sorry.
say,
So I'm sorry.
Renew the question.
did you notice or maybe you keep observing some changes that come exactly from Zen teaching or the practice that couldn't come from other place?
Yes,
Would you like to share?
sure. There are. It's not like there's changes. It's one of the experience with the Zen that I like, that there's not changes, but it's like, you cut off the special stuff. You're not interested in this, voodoo magic and this, over complicating, and it's just like it is what it is, and that's like it's. I think it's beautiful, this simplicity, and it seems like the truth, because when there's just or my teacher says, like, for example, I asked him something like, at first there was like questions, because I had experience, I lived with Krishna monks, and not like I practiced with them. I just argue with them all the time on the kitchen and eat meat with them, and like always trying what's going on. There was more of them. That was my mistake. Then, because there's like 4 of them, one bad dharma battle. So yeah, and I had some trance experience. I was just whatever I could find. I think I told you before that I went to the Christian, Jehovah's Witnesses, whatever. Just even I contacted with some retired KGB spy.
Okay.
And this woman was like super manipulative, mind games all the time, multi-layered. This was like 5D chess.
Huh.
And later I stopped talking. And some of these things were just like very flat, and just from the knowledge, from the head, and it's easy if you shake it enough, it flip over. And yeah, even just some questions, simple, like with Zen, like, what is this? Who am I? Who are you? Where are you from? Like, these are simple questions, and that I like about Zen, that the people who practice more, they give the direct answer that just throws you from your head to your legs. Yeah, and that seems like the truth, because it's practical. I could go, and if I have doubts, I just sit, try, and it's obvious. Yeah, that's what catches me. And I also had interest in all these lectures on YouTube, like Osho, Krishnamurti, Sadhguru, everything that pumps up. The bubble gives a lot of information. So at one time when I was working in medicine, it was really stressful, and I was looking for something special when I have free time, because I had little free time, and I had more money than now. And I would look I have to some fireworks, some trance all night party with some substances, something like, I want to try this out. Is this a dream? Am I dreaming, or what? Or something like that. Like, see the boundaries where I could go, where other people could go, like doing something. Like, I had a friend, she was a lesbian, and we would always like be on the almost starting a relationship, but not taking it because she's lesbian, and we would fight on the top of the building to the first blood, and she would break my lip, and I have scars from that time. And we would run on the edge of the building. At this time, I think this is stupid. We could have died just like arguing with the police at night, and pretending we're Polish. Yeah, we would know some Polish words, and jak przejechać do ratusza, kurwa. Yeah, it was fun, and this vivid time, and very dynamic. And once I came to this like cult, and my friends who took LSD, I don't know if it was actually LSD, they just got it somewhere, maybe it was something else. yeah, they took me to some strange cult thing. The guy who before he sold drugs, and then the government was starting to step on his tail, and he just went to the airport, took the first plane to India, went there for like 6 years to the monastery, clean his like um, history, like browser history ever, you know, clean it off, and then he comes. He's like a new person. He's almost a saint, and he does this stuff, and but still he's a little bit, you know, like dark. And we did something like these anti-breath stuff. That's why I was asking, because we were doing everything on the outside in
Hyperventilation.
hyperventilation for 2 days straight.
I don't know how it's working because I never done it. Divers do not do it.
It's bad for you. So you do this 2 days straight with music, and I don't know if we took some substances, because in 2 hours you're like out of the body, and in 2 days it was so much derealization, like absolutely I'm out of this body. I don't know who I am, where I am, what and at one point, like the climax of this point, I had these visions of the future, past lives. Like, of course, it's a, you know, like cartoons, but I had these visions of the future, what I can become, all these variants, like when I could, you know, like read my life as a book and, you know, change the pages and take the other book and put, like, I could do everything. And at one point I just fainted, because I was trying to, where could I go the farthest with this? I paid for this a lot. Let's go like the most. And I fainted, and I hit my head over here on the ground, but I was not present to it. Just something in the other room fell on the floor, and it was me, and I was having fun. And when I woke up, there was people who would have to prevent this, but they just smoke ganja and sit in the other corner. And yeah, it was like a really dark thing. But why am I telling this? Because this one is like standing out from all that stuff. Because after that, something happened with the brain, of course, because of this 2 days hyperventilation, and my eyes and ears, they like switch places. When I move my eyes, I see sounds, and when I hear something, it's visualized. And it's just, you know, it's in this point, you're not even a vegetable. You can't eat, you can't go to the bathroom, you can't stand up. You just like, the best you could do is like warm movements to yeah. So it was very intense. But at one point, when I was starting coming back from that, I was thinking, will I stay like this? How do I live like this? When I look my eyes and they woo, 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 and just they took me outside. They believed that if I hug the trees, I would be healed. And start doing something like 3D in Yan stuff over my body. Of course, that didn't help. They were just drugged. But the sound of the leaves, and I like at that point I would just lie, and this sound of the leaves, it just took me back, because I thought there are so many leaves and each one makes a sound, and in my eyes they were making visuals, like, and it was like green, violet, when the static, green, violet, static, like on the TV when there's no signal.
Oh, yeah.
Very similar. And it's just, you know, it's, you're in it. Like, it's not like a picture. It's like, now you see your hands, but at that time, it's, you can do this. It's just everywhere here, everywhere, this static. And in my ears, they would start to talk something. It just was like something moving. And yeah, this experience after that, when I it came back, I learned how to eat, walk, and all this stuff again pretty quickly. Like the other day, I was going in the bus, and it was total derealization. Like, is this real? Even what is this money? I have to walk in shoes. Why am I drinking water? Like these simple things, everything like like rebirth. They somehow they call it like rebirthing. I don't think it's like
This
the-
technique of
yeah.
hyperventilation.
yeah, but it's not it.
Someone
It's not
discovered it.
official. Yeah, that was not official. It's not according to rebirthing protocol. We just made it up to make money. But after that, I was I started liking different music, different food. I went to this job that I had, and I was like, "What are we doing here? This is not right. This is not why are we doing it like this?" And I quit that job. Like I made up my mind in 2 weeks, but I had to put all things together, and like in half a year, I just quit this job, and I went to the art academy because in those visuals I was an artist. I could see the possibility for me to become an artist. And before I didn't do any art at school. In school, I had no talent. And then I went to the art school, and there was this teacher. Like of course, for me it was very vivid, and I thought that and this teacher was like a master from the kung fu movies, these Chinese movies. And he was like long gray beard, like these eyes. They are not like this, but like this, sharp. He was old, and you could see, the after death in his eyes. Like this guy has like at least half a year to go. He was very old, but he was so like alive when he was talking about this thing. He was a master of this thing, and he would have these big generalizations and then cutting to the details, like to the every hair, and then again to the global thing. And that was like he was speaking like something like in verses or parables, like jokes, 3-layered. We count with our classmates 3-layered jokes that I understand one joke, the same words, and you different understanding. So he was like really mystical with this stuff, and very physical also. He would hit you. Like I immediately, when I meet someone, I know where would he hit this person. So he would hit you over here. If you do like this, he would hit you like over here, and you can do nothing with him because he's old. You can't argue with him because you're afraid that if you say, "Hey, don't do that," he was like, so you have to put up with this. And he's like, he went to this academic letter, and he's like not professor, he's academic. So he's the founder of academy. So, and at that time, I started being interested in with all that knowledge from before. I listened to lectures and interested in Advaita Vedanta, Buddhism in general, Zen Buddhism, of course, and something also something that I missed. There was one more. I looked the lectures, but it doesn't have. They even in those lectures they say you have to practice this in real. So yeah, And when the war started, the monk came from Korea, and he started doing practice lessons, and I was like, at last.
So okay. So let's practice. Golden hour. You have quite nice break, so no break. Yeah.
Zazen at 7, and it's 6 p.m. Polish time.